believe that. I'm still convinced I'm my body, you know. I know, I've read it, and the more I read it and learn and see examples, okay, maybe I can be a little more fearless, and I can be a little more in tune with living my life, remembering that I'm just a spirit soul. I'm not my body, and enjoyment of the senses is not the all in all. That's why family life can be very difficult, because you can get very attached, right? But if you remain a devotee, if you're pursuing Krishna consciousness while you're raising your kids, you also understand, you remember, oh, they're souls too, you know. They're not their bodies. But they're purifying their bodies. We're purifying our bodies by practicing devotional service. So the more you practice devotional service, the more fearless we're going to be, right? That we can actually accept that. Oh, there's a Brahmastra. Okay, I guess I better get ready, you know. My spiritual master was out on a boat one time in the Philippines. It was this little tiny slip boat things. They were real famous. Like, they take you out and you can see fish, you know, it's real clear water. And they went out some distance, and there were a couple of the boats, but then this storm came out of nowhere, just instantly came, and the seas got really rough and real big. And he said after of course he survived, but he said, he goes, when this started to happen, I thought I was going to leave my body. And he goes, I was going to leave my body. I got myself ready. I thought, wow. You know, someone who I consider a pure devotee says, I could leave my body. So he was ready. Anytime he wasn't. If I drowned, then I may leave my body. So I want to remember Krishna. He knew that's the right. That's the seriousness of a pure devotee. Prabhupada never forgot Krishna. So if that plane crashes, Prabhupada don't have a problem with that. I'm Krishna. He's minute impact. I'm thinking of Krishna. That's it. Now, is Krishna going to do that to a pure devotee? No, generally not. Sometimes devotees die in accidents. You know, it does happen. But, you know, it was some form of mercy. You know, we see it as Krishna's mercy. Everything's Krishna's mercy, right? Oh, I'm going to get diseased, I'm going to get old, and I'm going to die. Is that Krishna's mercy? Yeah. You guys are little, you know, you're years and years away from it, right? I'm not so far away from it. Thank you. Srimad Bhagavatam ki. Assembled devotees ki. Hare Krishna. Everything everything you can do, you can do for Krishna. Everything, even sex. Because that's the highest pleasure. To have sex with Krishna. If you're married and you're trying to have Krishna conscious children, and you're accepting the result of intercourse, you'll be a child, and you'll raise the child with Krishna consciousness. That's Krishna. Wow. Does that mean you have to do it in such a way you don't embarrass yourself? You don't embarrass yourself. You can't take enjoyment out because we're body, soul, we're soul. Oh, consciousness came about from some chemicals, just the right organic material in the body and certain kind of, and then poof, at one point, consciousness comes out. Yeah. It didn't happen anytime in between then and now. It's silly. They're silly, but you know they're trying in their own way. Well, thank you.
Hare Krishna. Y'all can come up if you want. So you can see here with the flute, that's Kalachandji, or Krishna, Radha, and over there we have Gora, Nitai. And then these here are Jagannath, Baladev, and Subhadra. So Jagannath is Krishna in a different form. There's a whole story behind it, but there's a situation where he becomes very ecstatic, and he gets big eyes. And so that ecstatic moment was, how do you say it? Immortalized in this form. And then the white one is Balaram, his brother, right, that we talked about. And Subhadra is actually his sister. So that's the three of them, caught in an ecstatic moment. And you can see how the deities are very, very lovingly, very painstakingly taken care of. Paintings and decorating and dressing. The garlands are made from fresh flowers every day, handmade. And yeah. And yeah, come closer. You can come in front. And then you can see here the pictures at the bottom. There's different pictures. So these are what we call our acharyas, or teachers. And so there's a whole line of gurus, basically. So the process for receiving knowledge in this tradition is that everyone becomes very serious about learning how to practice spiritual life and learning about God, learning spiritual philosophy, then you take a guru. Just like you want to learn something, you go to college, you go to university, you get a teacher to learn. So that's just how people learn. So spiritual life is the same, right? Because spiritual life is so important and so subtle, it's very subtle. So it's not always intuitive, and if we if we just kind of like think, all right, I want to try to be spiritual, let me figure it out, let me just meditate and pray and read a few books here and there and try to figure out how to be a spiritual person. Sometimes we can not quite get the results that we're after, right? Because we're just kind of making it up, trying to make up our own adventure. And so for better results, we need to approach a teacher, right? Approach a guru, someone who knows, a self-realized soul who's been practicing this, who's been studying this, who's learned it, who's had very deep realizations from the practice, and who can share their wisdom with us. So we have what's called a disciplic succession. So that means like a succession of guru. Guru has disciples, and those disciples, by following the instructions of the guru, they become spiritually advanced, spiritually self-realized, learned, wise, and then they come to the point of spiritual maturity where they can become the teachers, right? Then they accept their own disciples or students and train them and teach them and guide them in the practice, and they become spiritually mature, and then they accept disciples. So like that, it's a disciplic succession. And so we have the most recent links of our disciplic succession so the devotee who does the ceremony on the altar, he'll put the picture of his, or she will put the picture of their guru, immediate guru, who's instructed them. And then there's, on the far left, on the upper level, there's Prabhupada, who is the next level up guru, and then his guru, his guru, his guru, his guru, like that. So there's a whole chain, basically. So this is just the last, 5-6 generations. But there's a chain of gurus and disciples that goes all the way back to the beginning of creation, that goes right back all the way to God. It's pretty epic, right? So we can trace our spiritual lineage back to when God created the world and the first person, and he instructed that person with spiritual teachings, and then that person became enlightened by being instructed by God himself, and then he passed it on to his disciples, and then they passed it on to their disciples, and it came down the line like that. So, and it's all, so there's the tradition of what we call, just gurus and disciples teaching, and then that's also, the scriptures are there, and then there are other devotees who help us on the way. So like any devotee, they will have their guru, their main guru, and then they'll also have spiritual mentors. They also have peers that support them. So then the way that we understand knowledge is 3 ways: by guru. We say guru, sadhu, and shastra. So guru means the spiritual master, the guru, our main teacher. And then sadhus means other spiritual practitioners, right? Other spiritual mentors or peers. And then shastra means scripture. So it's kind of like spiritual life is like a train that goes on 3 tracks, right? And we're here, and we're trying to get back to God, get back to the spiritual world, right? Get our soul back where it belongs, because we're spiritual beings, right? We're talking about we're the soul and the body. So we're spiritual beings, but we're in the material world. So that becomes awkward. It's an awkward situation for a spirit soul to be in a material world. We're like fish out of water, right? So if you take a fish out of the water, you put it on the beach, he's going to be like flopping around and gasping for breath and dying, And then you can try to give the fish, a glass of lemonade with a straw in it. You can give him a nice reclining beach chair. You can give him a pretty female fish, whatever. Whatever you give him, he's not going to be happy, right? Until he's back in the water. So that's our situation. We're spirit souls in the material world, and people are telling us, oh, if you just get this, latest iPhone, or if you just, get a boyfriend or girlfriend, and, or if you get, a new car or a nice house or, a PhD or, more money, then you're going to be happy. But it's not the case, right? And we see that people are just trying again to be happy through material things, and it's not really working, right? They might get a little pleasure, a little buzz in the beginning, like, yay, I got my thing, right? But then within days or weeks or months, it's like, I need a new thing, or it broke, or it's just like not what I wanted it to be. So that's material life. It's like kind of like frustrating by design, right? Because it's just, we need to be back. We're spiritual beings. We need to be in a spiritual element, and this is not our place. And nothing in this place is really going to make us happy long term. Of course, we need to meet our needs, right? We need to have food and clothing and shelter and stuff. But our philosophy is that we try to minimize those things as far as possible. Just like that's not the goal of life. The goal of life is not to be, materially well situated, whatever that means. But the goal of life is to actually understand who we are, right? Who am I? Like, where did I come from? Where am I going? What am I meant to be doing? Why am I suffering? Why is everything so difficult? Why are people dying? This is actually a foreign thing for the soul, because for the soul doesn't die. The soul is eternal. So that's why we get so upset about death. When people die, it's like so devastating. And when you start thinking about our own death, it's like scary, right? It's never really welcome. So, yeah, that's because we're not meant to die. We're not supposed to die. It's very wrong. That's why it seems wrong, because it is wrong. So, yeah, we want to get back to our eternal spiritual life in the spiritual world with the Supreme Spiritual Personality and all of his associates. So that's what spiritual life is for, yeah. And all religions are meant for this, right? To reestablish our lost relationship with God, to learn how to love God, or remember, right? Basically, we do love God deep down somewhere, but it's just so covered, It's like in the way back recesses of our consciousness, but it's there. And by doing these practices, religious practices like chanting, like worshiping, serving the Lord, praying, then that dormant consciousness, that our original God consciousness, our original love for God, actually starts to wake up. It kind of wakes up our real nature. and then we can start being ourselves again. And as that happens, we feel so happy, right? It's so satisfying. It's like the fish, getting back into water. It's like, yes, right? I can be who I am. I can swim. I can breathe. I can function. This is my element. So, yeah. So this is Radha Kala Chanji, Gaurnitai, Jagannath Baladev Subhadra, and our acharyas, our teachers. And then the main teachers, so over here, we can just walk over here. You'll see this is Srila Prabhupada. So Srila Prabhupada is, so there are different acharyas in our line, different gurus, but then there's the one acharya who's very prominent for us, is our founder acharya. So you know what founder means? The person who founds the thing. So Srila Prabhupada is the person who, he was born in India, and he met his guru, and his guru gave him an instruction to take this wisdom, take this knowledge, take the scriptures and the philosophy and the practice of Krishna consciousness and bring it all over the world. His guru specifically said, take it to English-speaking countries. So, Prabhupada, at an old age actually, because he met his guru and he got that instruction when he was young, but he had just gotten married, he had a child, and he had a business, and he was in no position to just leave everything. That would have been irresponsible. So he waited, but in the back of his mind, he was just nurturing this mission, this huge mission. And he started writing. He started translating the ancient Sanskrit Vedic texts into English. So you see here, there's so many books, all these books, and they're like volumes. They're like these epic, scriptural volumes. Like this is Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, and then over there's the Srimad Bhagavatam. So you can see here, it's like, if you look at, and there's Bhagavad Gita there. So in any one of these books, you'll see there's like Sanskrit verses. So originally there was just the Sanskrit text. And so Srila Prabhupada took the Sanskrit texts and he translated them into English. He put the word for word meanings so that, we can understand it more deeply, and then the English translation. And then for each verse he wrote a purport or a commentary explaining like what this means for us, how to apply this wisdom in our lives, he just elucidating the meaning of it. So verse after verse. And this is one volume of an 18-volume, this Srimad Bhagavatam is 18 volumes. So it's a lot. And so he started working on that while he was in India. And then, when his children were grown up and things like that, he had retired from his business kind of went another way. Then he was like, okay, now's the time. It's time to go. But he was 69 years old. And at that time, his business, there were a lot of tragic things that happened in his business. But he attributed that all to, this is God's way of just telling me it's time to move on. It's time to just turn the page, start another chapter of life. And so at that time, he had no money. And he went and talked to this woman who had she was running a shipping company that was transporting, cargo from Calcutta over to the U.S. And he managed to convince her to give him a free ticket. I mean, it wasn't even a passenger ship, just to let him go on the boat. So it was a cargo ship. And they left Calcutta, and they sailed all the way down around Africa, the Cape of Good Hope, all that, up through the Suez Canal and over across the Atlantic. And it was a journey. It took him a whole month on that boat. He was getting seasickness. He had 2 heart attacks on the boat. There were no doctors. He thought he was going to die. And anyways, it does a huge sacrifice. And then he landed in New York Harbor, and he didn't know anyone. He had no money. He didn't know anyone. He'd never been here before, and he literally didn't know whether to turn left or right. But then there was one, he had a friend in India whose son was living in the U.S., who was living in Pennsylvania, who came to meet him at the station and brought them to his house. And then single-handedly, he just, he started going out and chanting Hare Krishna, just chanting the Mahamantra in the Tompkins Square Park in New York. And, this was the 60s, right? This was 1966. And that was the time, as I'm sure you're getting to know a lot about the culture at that time in New York. So it was a lot of, it was revolution. There were a lot of revolutionaries who were against the Vietnam War, who were just, starting a whole hippie movement, and tune in and turn off and drop out. And, people were just like wanting something different. They were just like disgusted with materialistic American society and its values and war and all this stuff. And they were looking for something else, right? And so when they saw this old Indian man, with his monk's robes, because he always just wore his monk's robes, just like you see in dress now. And he was just sit under a tree in Tompkins Square Park in New York, and he had the hand cymbals. He would play those, ching, 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 and chant, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Chant the Mahamantra. And people started coming over like, what's going on? Who is this guy? He looks like a saintly person. He looks like someone who knows something about spiritual life. So people started coming and sitting down with him and chanting with him, and then they started asking some questions. And then some of the interested people helped him out with getting a storefront, small storefront. And there he kind of like started doing Bhagavad Gita classes 3 nights a week. And that's how it started. It just started from one old man with no money sitting in the park, didn't know anybody, just chanting Hare Krishna. And it grew from there. So then those young people that started coming, then they started going out and chanting Hare Krishna on the streets and attracting more people. And then it kind of grew from there. And then in, I think it was like September 1966, he incorporated this. It was kind of starting to look like it could be a sustainable organization. So he thought, let me get this incorporated. So he called it the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. And at that time, everyone was like, International Society? Like, we have, like just a handful of hippies, this is like kids, basically, because they're all very young. They're all like, some of them were teenagers or early 20s. No one was over 25, at that time. It's just like, we're just a bunch of kids who have no idea what we're doing, and now we're the trustees of a corporation, international. And they never imagined that it would go beyond New York, But Prabhupada had a vision. And even before he met the first person, one day he was just sitting on a bench in a park in New York City, and he was just sitting there. And then one old man sat next to him, and the old man was like throwing bread to the pigeons kind of thing. And then they started talking, and then the man said to Prabhupada, he said something like, what brings you here? What are you doing here? And he said, I've come here on a mission to, spread Krishna consciousness, to teach the philosophy of Krishna consciousness to people. And then he said, it looks like, how's it going? Like, it looks like you're not doing much, like you're just all alone here on a park bench with nothing. And he said, no. Actually, I have hundreds of temples. I have schools. I have farm communities. I have restaurants. I have millions of followers. Only time is separating us. And so he had that vision. He had that faith, that this was the order of his guru, and therefore it represents the order of God. Right? That's how he took it. He took it that God wants me to do this, and if he wants me to do it, he's going to empower me to do it. He's going to give me the intelligence, the resources, the strength, the words, to make it happen. And despite, his lacking, whatever he was lacking. And he did it. He did that. So in 11 years, so from 1966 to 1976. So he left India in 1966, and he left this world. He passed away in 1977. In those 11 years, he traveled around the world 14 times. He visited like many, many different countries. He opened up temples like this one that you're standing in, 108 temples. Temples on every continent of the world. He translated he published 80 different books and like saying that like this whole thing is like one book. And yeah, there were farm communities, schools, not hospitals. Hospital came later. Schools, farms, restaurants, all the things that he said there were. It all just happened. It manifested in that time, and thousands and thousands of followers, initiated disciples, and so he did it, and he left. Not just that, but when he left, he established things in such a way that it would go on. Before he left this world, he said, let's create what he called a governing body commission, right, to be the managerial authority for the world, for his worldwide movement. And he trained and empowered leaders, the next generation of leaders, the next generation of gurus, and standards, right? He put everything into writing, like these are the standards for the temple programs, the standards for initiation, these are the ceremonies that we do. Everything was all very clearly laid out so that it would go on. Because there have been a lot of religious movements, that kind of come and go. And they say, like in the sociology of religion, they say that if a religious movement survives its first 50 years, then there's some hope. But most of them don't last 50 years. They fizzle out before that. But now this year, because it was incorporated in 1966. So this year, 2026, is the 60th year. Still going strong all over the world. So, and what to speak of, interestingly, actually, Srila Prabhupada tried to start his movement, in India. He first went to one city in India and he tried starting a temple there, but it failed. It didn't happen. People weren't interested. He was using a property, and the woman who let him use the property decided to repurpose it and told him he couldn't use it anymore. And it was just like nothing was working out for him in India. No one would listen to him. He was trying to approach people and give them his books, Bhagavad Gita and so forth, and they're not interested, no time, whatever. They were just on another wavelength. And then he came here, and then he found these nice young American people so receptive, so open-minded, like they're looking for him. They're just looking for Eastern philosophy and Indian religion and chanting and mantras, and it was like that was what those people at that time were hungry for. So it was perfect timing, like it was just arranged by God. It was divine arrangement, the right person in the right place at the right time, and it was like a spark falling on dry straw, and it just, ignited. Became like the Hare Krishna explosion. There was even a book that was written in the 70s, the Hare Krishna explosion. And then what happened is when Prabhupada went back to India, because, he wanted this to be also established in India, and it's particularly in places that were very important, places of pilgrimage, like we were talking about the place where Krishna descended, Vrindavan, and also the place where Gora descended in Mayapur in West Bengal. So he wanted there to be big temples in those places. And so what he did was he came back with his Western disciples, with his American, young disciples, and then they started chanting Hare Krishna through the streets of India. And the Indian people were like, they're like, what the heck? Like Americans doing this, with their shaved heads and their robes, and, because they recognized, the monks' robes that they, and that they're taking it seriously. Because at that time, India was just trying to follow America, just trying to follow the Western ways. They're all into like, we have to catch up, we have to industrialize, we have to, whatever America's doing, we need to do that. And then when they saw the Americans doing all the things that they had kind of like rejected and, turned their back on and, thought was old and backwards and what their grandparents did, and we don't want to do that, they were just like, what? It was like cognitive dissonance for them. So then they started like, paying attention and thinking, oh, well, if they're doing this, maybe we should too. It kind of validated their whole culture for them. And then they started coming, and then, so the movement like very quickly took off in India, and now it's like huge. Now, I mean, in India, ISKCON, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, is like household word. Everybody knows it. Everyone's probably been to an ISKCON temple or has a family member who's like an initiated devotee in ISKCON. So, yeah. And of course now there's been a lot of emigration from India to the U.S. So now even our temples in America, a lot of people that were born in India have kind of found a space here, right? This is like, oh wow, it's kind of like a home away from home, that they can come here, and Krishna and a lot of cultural elements that are very familiar to them. So we have a big Indian community now, even in our Western temples. So that's nice. So it's very diverse. And so we're very grateful to what Prabhupada did, because if Prabhupada hadn't gone that boat, endured that arduous journey at the risk of his life, he really put himself out on a limb. Anything could have happened to an old man, in New York City with no money. And it was difficult in the beginning. He struggled a lot in the beginning. But if he hadn't done that, we wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. Who knows what I would be doing now? Who knows if I would even be alive, So, we feel very, very grateful for the sacrifice that he made. So a lot of people have the misconception that Hare Krishna is like a new religion, that it's like a kind of man-made religion, or what they call new religious movement, or a cult, or something that was just created by some, people who had some strange ideas about spirituality. But it's actually, it's not a new religious movement. It's the oldest religion in the whole world. The Vedic tradition predates any of the other religions, and it looks new here because it wasn't seen before, but Prabhupada basically took that very ancient religious tradition and brought it over here, and it took root. So here we are. All right. So you see, I was talking about how God has his friends, and he also has his activities that he does. So you see the paintings on the walls, these beautiful paintings. These are original artwork done by B.G. Sharma, a Rajasthani artist. And the devotees, when they built the temple here, they wanted really nice art. And so they flew him over here, and he stayed for some months, I assume, just painting. So these are all original hand-painted works. The artist is no longer alive, but he did all these. So you can see these are what we sometimes call them windows to the spiritual world. So the spiritual world is not a place where it's just like there's some lights, everyone's just kind of floating around in a big, cosmic wave of light or something. But it's actually a place, it's a beautiful place where everything is there. They say that this world is it's like a perverted reflection of the spiritual world. So here we have, forests and mountains and lakes, and, we have people and animals and birds and flowers and bushes and trees. And so everything is there, except that everything there is pure and perfect and beautiful and eternal. And also everything there is conscious, right? Even the stones are conscious. Everything's conscious, because spirit means consciousness. And so, here we have matter that's just lumps of dead matter, but there everything is made of spiritual energy, so it's all eternal, it's all conscious, and it's always fresh. And so, and Krishna lives in that place along with all of his associates, and one of his names is Govinda. He has different names. So one name is Govinda, and another name is Gopal. So Go means cows. So you see in a lot of these paintings, there are cows. So Gopal means the protector of the cows, and Govinda means one who gives pleasure to the cows. So Krishna likes cows. So isn't that funny that God is like a dairy farmer? Out of all the things that he could do, that's what he chose to do. He likes taking care of cows, and he lives in a village, simple, rural environment where people take care of cows, they milk cows, they churn butter, they make milk sweets and yogurt, and so that's what's going on up there. And you can see he dances, he plays, he does amazing things, so when Krishna comes to this world, he appears, just feel free to wander and look at the art. When Krishna comes to this world, he appears to come as an ordinary person, right? He starts off as a baby and he kind of grows. So you see some of the pictures, he's older, some he's more like a small child or a baby. And he has all these different relationships with, his mother, his father, his girlfriends, his guy friends, and yeah. Picnic, they have picnic lunch. This is when he's young and he's like being naughty and stealing butter that's hanging from pots there in the storage room. And he feeds it to the monkeys. So this is God. He's having a good time, Like sometimes people depict God as like this grumpy old man with a beard sitting on a throne with a thunderbolt waiting to punish people. Krishna's not like that. Krishna is fun. Like, he's the supreme enjoyer. So God means you can do whatever you want, right? It means no one's going to tell you what to do. You don't have anything that you have to do. So you just do what you want to do. So if you were God, what would you do? Think about it. So Krishna does what he wants to do. He has forest picnics. He dances with his girlfriends. He goes wandering by the riverside, playing games and herding his cows. He steals butter and feeds it he climbs up on the shoulders of his friends and does sneaky things. Oh, the girls are bathing and they're swimming in the river, and then he sneaks up when they're not looking and he steals their clothes, hangs it on a tree, and then they get out to try to get dried off and dressed again, and then they're like, "Where are our clothes?" And they're like, "Oh my God, Krishna." He's like, "All right, now you got to come out." So he has a lot of fun. They're like, "You got to be kidding." So yeah, that's where we want to be. We want to be in the place where everyone is just having a good time, right? Where you can enjoy yourself in the company of the Supreme Person, taking part in all these wonderful, playful pastimes. Gold statues, yeah. So these are all different, what we call demigods. So in Hindu tradition, if you go to other Hindu temples, you'll see different forms. There's Shiva and Durga and Lakshmi and Hanuman and all these different forms. So those are what we call demigods, right? So there's God and there's demigods means kind of like like semi-gods. They're more God than we are, right? They're higher than humans, but they're less than God. They're kind of halfway in between. So the demigods they're higher beings, they're elevated beings. And so whenever you hear about Krishna's pastimes in the scriptures, whenever he does some amazing, wonderful feat, then the demigods are always in the sky showering flowers. And they're always showering flowers from the clouds and dancing and playing their musical instruments, having a celebration up there. So yeah, these are all different demigods that are dancing and singing and playing musical instruments and would be showering flowers if they had some. And then the one here, this is Garuda. So Garuda is a bird, and there's different sculptures of Garuda. This is kind of more of a Balinese style of Garuda, but Garuda is the carrier of the Lord of Krishna or Vishnu. So whenever Krishna or Vishnu want to travel, basically, then Garuda comes swooping down and he just gets on the back and he can fly intergalactically and between the material and spiritual worlds. So Garuda is kind of like the Lord's airplane. Literally. Yeah, there's actually an airline. There's an Indonesian airline called Garuda Airways. Yeah. That flies all Southeast Asia. I think they're based in Jakarta or something. Or Hong Kong, I don't know, somewhere on there. Singapore, I don't know. Yeah, so this is a nice space. So this is open every single day, 365 days a year, from 4 a.m. to 9 p.m. And people can just come and sit down here, meditate, pray, read, journal, sing, whatever. It's an open space for public worship. And so you see now, remember I was talking about how during the day they come and maybe she just finished. that they'll offer the arti. So she was just ringing the bell and offering some items there. Yeah. Oh, she's offering the food. That's what she's doing. She's offering them their lunch. She's coming with the lunch plates. So for each deity, they'll have their own plate. And they cook very nice food for them. Okay, any specific questions about the temple room?
I had one about this painting over here. Who's that in the top left?
With four heads. That's a demigod. His name is Brahma. Yeah, so Brahma is actually, he was the first created being in the creation, and he's considered to be the engineer of the universe. So yeah, he was born directly from the Lord's body in a very mystical way, and then he's basically tasked with the work of creation. So yeah, Krishna manifests all the ingredients, like the raw ingredients, all the elements, and then he says, okay, you give it structure. You make it happen. You engineer it. So then he, and the Lord empowers him. So see, Krishna likes to play. He plays. So he's a big delegator. So that he can just play and enjoy himself. He's like, so people, because there are souls within the universe who want to do wonderful things, who want to have positions of power, who want to be worshipped and all that. So he's like, okay, you guys want to do big things, you want to have positions of power, you do it, because I'm not that interested. See, Krishna's not interested in power, prestige, worship. Like, we worship him, but really he wants to just, play. That's Krishna. That's why some people don't understand that Krishna's God, right? Because there are other forms of the Lord in Hindu. So Krishna, he's the original supreme person, and then from him, different incarnations of God expand. Okay, so that's why some people think that Hindus are polytheistic, but we're not polytheistic. What you could say it is polymorphic monotheism. So that means that there's one God, but he expands himself into many forms. So that's what Krishna does. So Krishna is just playing, and when something needs to be done, like even the creation of the universe or some issue of maintenance, or there's some demoniac forces that need to be, dealt with, then he will expand himself into a form, which is also God, which is invested with whatever powers are needed to do, to complete the mission, to fulfill the mission for which he was, which Krishna expanded himself. And then they go ahead and do what needs to be done. Right? So imagine you could do that. You could just sit around doing whatever you want, and then it's like, okay, I'm going to expand myself. You do my assignment. You go, go to the supermarket and get the groceries, and you clean the room, vacuum the floor and stuff. And so we can't do that, but wouldn't it be nice? So God can do whatever he wants. So he does that. He expands himself, and they're all they're non-different from him in a sense. There's different kinds of beings, right? There's different categories of beings. And so there's the God category, and then there's the, what we call the jiva, like individual, like little souls, right? God is like the big soul, the supreme soul, and then we are like little souls, or the sparks, right, that came out of the fire. But he's like the big blazing fire. Or sometimes like he's the ocean, and we're like little drops of water. So there are different kinds of expansions. And Krishna expands himself into these God category expansions to do all the God-related jobs, like creation, annihilation, maintenance, and, overseeing, all the laws of karma and the different ways that material nature works, and, making sure all the planets stay in orbit and all these things, right? So, he expands himself for those roles. And then he also expands himself into little souls, us, who, for the purpose of serving him or engaging with him in pastimes, right? Because, it's not very fun to just sit in a room alone. You want to be with friends, right? You want to be with family. You want to be with people who love you, who care about you, and who, are like up for an adventure, right? You want to go do something, it's like, hey, let's do it together. It's always more fun to do things together with people that you love and that love you. So, yeah, that's what we're for. That's what we're trying to awaken our love for God. He loves us. He never stopped loving us, right? He loves us unconditionally. And, I mean, ultimately we do too, but we forget about him. We kind of got like a spiritual amnesia. So all these processes of, spiritual practices are meant to awaken, to remind us of who we really are and what we're meant to do, and get back there and be part of the fun, basically. Yeah. Okay, good question. Anything else? Yeah. Yeah, so there are definitely some spoken and unspoken, etiquette, rules of etiquette for temple conduct. So generally just, and most people instinctively, they get it, that this is like a sanctuary, kind of like a sanctuary, where, you're not just going to come in and just start, yucking it up, being rowdy and talking about whatever kind of mundane stuff. It's like a place where you're coming to be spiritual, to connect with God, so we try to keep like a peaceful place, or a prayerful place, or an educational, like now it's like an educational place but yeah, keep it focused. Yeah. And then so generally, like, if you're in here chanting or something, then that's good. If your phone rings, then, step outside and have the conversation. Come back in, when it's over, and get back to the spiritual vibe. Yeah. But a lot goes on in here, and it's pretty liberal, it's pretty like cool. Yeah. Especially if you come, there's certain times of the day when there are programs going on, right? So we have a morning program. From 4:30 to 8:30 in the morning, there's like morning program here, where we'll be doing like kirtan and the specific songs, prayers that we sing at those times. And then there'll be a scriptural class. This is kind of getting into what somebody asked about the daily program, right? So, yeah, for devotees who are really like full-time hardcore, so there's different levels. Not that everybody's doing the same thing, but everyone's doing what they can do or what they're inspired to do, what they want to do. But for those who are really like hardcore Hare Krishnas, then they generally get up at like 3:30 in the morning, take a shower, get dressed. They get, in their what we call devotional clothes, and then they come here to the temple at 4:30 for the first morning service, and that goes from like 4:30 to 5:15. Curtains open. They sing a Sanskrit prayer, and then they chant Hare Krishna, and then there's a sacred plant that we sing a prayer to, and then after that we'll sit down and do what's called japa, which is an individual meditation where everyone just kind of sits and chants quietly the Hare Krishna mantra on beads. We have these strings of beads. You have beads with you, Draupadi? Can you bring that? We have beads, like 108 beads on a string, and we'll just sit, and for each bead we chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Go to the next one, and like that. So devotees who are initiated, who have taken a vow, then they will chant 16 rounds of 108. That's 1,728 mantras every day. So we do that. I've been doing that for over 30 years. It takes about 2 hours, 2.5 hours, depending on how fast you are. You probably do it in an hour and a half, right? So, so that goes on from like 5:15 to 7. And during that time, the pujaris, the devotees who are serving the deities on the altar, the curtain's closed, and that's when they're bathing and dressing the deities. So then when the curtains open at 7, they have a new outfit, all new decoration, everything is like fresh and new. And then we do what's called greeting the deities, where we sing a Sanskrit prayer, and then we do more kirtan. And then after that, we come over to Prabhupada, and then we do what's called Guru Puja, where we sing a prayer, which is expressing gratitude and appreciation for, basically what what Srila Prabhupada has done for us, and asking for his continued mercy and compassion to help us on our spiritual path, for spiritual strength and all that. And then we do more Hare Krishna after that. And then we have the class. So we have a class every day on the book that I was holding, the Srimad Bhagavatam. We'll read a few verses. We'll recite some Sanskrit verses. Then we'll read the English translations. And then the commentary. And then one person will be sitting on the seat and will speak, right? It'll be like teacher-student. Everyone's sitting here, and then one person sitting on that blue low seat there. It's like a sacred seat. And then they'll basically give something like a sermon, like a lecture on that set of verses, and there'll be some discussion, questions and answers. And then that finishes at 8:30, and then we go for breakfast. So the food that's offered on the altar to Radhakala Chanji, then later that gets transferred and then taken over to the cafeteria room, and then we eat that food. So it's really good. And so the idea is that when the food is offered to the Lord, then it becomes purified, it becomes sanctified food, and we call it prasadam, which means, it's a Sanskrit word, it means mercy. So because you probably all heard of karma, right? That you do good things, you get good consequences, you do bad things, you get trouble. So everything that we do in this material world, for every material activity that we do, there's some reaction, either good or bad. And even when we eat, so when we're walking, we are maybe stepping on an ant. Even when we're breathing, we're inhaling microbes. When we're drinking water, we're swallowing little microbes. They go to our stomach and they get cooked in our stomach acid. So we're like, it's impossible to live in this world without harming another living being, basically. And so we get karma for those things. Whenever we harm someone, either intentionally or unintentionally, we get some karma, which brings about some form of suffering. It's more severe, the more, bad the thing is that we do. But and that karma entangles us in what we call the cycle of repeated birth and death in the material world, or the wheel of samsara. So then, during this lifetime, we accumulate all different kinds of karma, good, bad, and whatever. And based on what we do, choices that we make, who we choose as our friends, what we choose to expose ourselves in the media, what we do for a living, and all these things create impressions in our minds, right? So that and they all accumulate to create a kind of consciousness, right? Like a state of consciousness. And you can feel that, right? When you listen to certain types of music, when you watch certain movies or whatever on Instagram or something, it affects your consciousness, right? You go away like a little bit like changed, right? Every conversation, everything we watch, everything we do, it affects our consciousness. And if we keep doing all the same things, we'll get that kind of consciousness. And we do other things, we'll get a different kind of. So we can either degrade our consciousness or we can uplift our consciousness, depending on the nature of the things that we expose ourselves to in this world, or who we associate with. Like they say, just tell me who your friends are and I'll tell you who you are, right? So these things impact us in very deep ways that stay with us. And then so we live our life doing all different things, and all these things impacting our consciousness. And then whatever our consciousness is at the time of death, then that state of consciousness determines where the souls are going to go in our next life. Right? So if we've done all kinds of degrading things, hurtful things and vicious things and contaminating things, and then we're going to probably go to a lower destination. We'll take birth in a more difficult situation. And if we do, we're trying to be helpful and kind and religious and, do the right things, and be a good person, then we're going to go up. Right, we're going to get a better birth in a better family and a higher standard of living, beautiful body, all kinds of nice opportunities and things like that. So we need to be careful how we cultivate our consciousness during this life, right? And also we need to be careful about karma. Yeah, so this is getting back to the food. So everything that we do, so as long as we have karma to burn, whether it's good or bad, we need to take birth again in the material world. So if we have bad karma, we'll take birth again in a bad situation. If we have good karma, we'll take birth again in a good situation. But either way, it's not great because we had to take birth again. And for the soul to be in the material world is not where we're meant to be, right? It's going to be miserable. It's just a question of degrees, right? It's like sometimes the material world is compared to like a prison, and you can either be like class A, class B, or class C prisoner, right? So the class A prisoner is thinking, hey, I got privileges. I can go down to the games room and play chess with the other inmates, or the other guy's like in solitary confinement, like chained down to the floor or something. So, but they're all confined, right? They're all in prison, and none of them are really happy or free. So that's our situation. Some people seem to be like, having a great life, and other people are really suffering, and then all shades in between. But no one's really thriving here in the material world, right? So, So we want to get free from karma. Whether good karma, bad karma, it's all kind of bad because it keeps us here. So then the trick is this, that whatever we do, we try to do as an offering to God, right? So we all need to eat. So then before eating, we just cook food that God likes, and he likes vegetarian food because because it's the least harmful to other beings, right? So anything that's like involves violence, then he's not happy with that. So he likes vegetarian food, but then people say, oh, well, you also have to kill a carrot, when you pull the carrot out of the ground, like it's done, it's dead. So yeah, that's true. But then when we prepare that nicely with devotion, then we offer it to the Lord, and he accepts that, then he purifies, it becomes karma free. So that's the idea of food cooked. So then when we eat that food, we don't get any karma. And that applies to all of our things. Like whatever we do, we try to do as an offering to the Lord. Like even if you're studying, you can be like, okay, dear God, I'm going to school. I'm trying my best to pass my exams and excel in my subjects so that I can, gain knowledge and skills that I can use in your service, right? Like that. And then when you get a job, you're like, okay, I'm doing my job, and to maintain myself, because I need to maintain this body. Why? Because I'm your servant. I need to be strong and healthy and fit and safe so that I can serve you with a peaceful mind and a sound body. And then you give a portion of your income to your place of worship, right? Your temple, your church, or whatever. And so your job is indirectly, you're working for God, right? Because you're giving some like Christians tithe and, like that. So then while you're working, you're thinking, okay, this is supporting my temple. This is for God. It's to maintain myself and my family as servants of God. And so all of it becomes spiritualized. So that's what we try to do. And then there are some activities that we do directly for God. Like we come here, we pray, we take part in different functions and festivals and things like that are just, this is only for God. This is directly like the chanting and things like that. So in this way, we can live a karma-free life in this world, and at the end of your life, it's like no karma. And also in doing that, you've also purified your consciousness and elevated your consciousness so that, you become qualified to, you get free from all your material attachments and things, and you're willing to just like let go of this whole material prison and be free. So, and then we can actually, as souls, we can go back to the spiritual world where we belong with Krishna, and we'll be somewhere in one of these pictures doing some fun thing with Krishna. So yeah, that's kind of where that's sort of the goal. Yeah, the goal of all of this. And it's a great way to live. That's one thing that really attracted me. I was talking about how I was traveling around the world, and I met, I never really finished the story, but yeah, that's what really attracted me to the Hare Krishnas, is that, as a kid, like I was really into God and, church and prayer and all that. And it was almost like frustrating that it was just like 1 hour a week. I was thinking, I feel like I should be doing a little more. I feel like at least twice a week, or why not every day? So I would read my Bible every day at night before going to bed and stuff. And then when I met the Hare Krishnas, I was like, wow, these people are really like, this is like full on, like from 4 a.m. to 9 p.m. at night, they are just serving God, praying to God, singing to God, going out and trying to share God's message with others. I was like, this is the life, So course, it's a bit much for some people. So somebody was asking, like, does it look the same for everyone? No. So we're all individuals. And so some people will be like monks, they'll live in a temple community and they'll just be doing nothing from the time they get up to the time they go to bed, but just direct what we call devotional service. And then there are others who, maybe they'll get up and they don't come to the temple because they have a job or they got kids. They have to get the kids ready, take them to school, get ready for work, go to work. And so they might wake up and maybe do a little bit of chanting at home, maybe with the family or maybe just on their own. And then they'll cook some vegetarian food. They can offer that food to Krishna at home. Just get a picture of Krishna and say the prayers, say the mantras. And then they can take prasadam. They can eat that karma-free food, spiritual food. And then they go to work. They take the kids, they do their stuff. And then, maybe in the evening they come to the temple, or maybe just on Sunday they come to the temple. So there's all different, ways that you can do it. Right? So, yeah, but most devotees, it's more about the internal state of mind, right? It's less about what you're physically actively doing and more about like how you identify yourself. Like I am a servant of God. I am a devotee of Krishna. And how you try to connect everything that you do, directly or indirectly, with the service as a divine offering, right? And that way it becomes spiritualized and purified and karma-free and liberating, basically. It brings us closer to God. And any devotee that does that very sincerely, they feel God's reciprocation, right? They feel Krishna accepting their offering and giving them so much mercy, so much realization and empowerment, and which fuels their spiritual journey, which, a lot of joy, right? Life becomes very joyful because you're connecting with the source of happiness. Yeah. Sometimes I say it's like, sometimes in the city they'll have like a big reservoir of water, like with, thousands and thousands of gallons of water up there. And so the water's up there, but you're, maybe you're thirsty, you're walking down the street, you're like, I'm so thirsty, no water. And then you see this reservoir and like, anyways, but I'm sure no one's had that experience, but you might if you were like in a desert or something. But anyways, so much water up there. And, but what do you need? You need to connect to it, right? You need a pipe. You need a pipeline and you need to tap and you need to open that thing. So basically all these spiritual practices are like the pipeline. Our chanting is like a pipeline that's connecting us to this reservoir of happiness, of pure spiritual eternal happiness. And as soon as we connect, it's like, it starts flowing down and we start feeling that happiness that we've been hankering for, pursuing, right? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Everybody's trying for it, but no one's really getting it out of, things in the mall or things, on Amazon or, even most of our relationships end up kind of not really being what we dreamed they would be. And yeah, so, but that relationship with God is the real one, it's the one that's going to, they say it's like the one switch that lights up everything in your life, because we can connect everything in our life to it, and it will illuminate everything and make everything a source of joy. Yeah. All right, I've been talking a lot. Okay, so why don't we go back to the house and we can do a little kirtan. And then after that we can just do some Q&A, and if there's anything I didn't address, we can, if you still want to hear more, we're here for you.
Jai Shri Radha Kalakanji. Vanshakalpatrubhyascha kripa sindhu bhevacha. Patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, everyone. We're going to sing a song during Arti called Jashomati Nandana. Perhaps some of you are familiar. This is a very special song for me. I learned this from a cassette tape, Krishna Meditations, which they often play on this altar. I received that cassette in 1977 for my $20 I sent to Los Angeles. And so this is a very important meditation for me. And it describes so many wonderful qualities, activities, and pastimes of Krishna. He really likes this song. So one of Srila Prabhupada's favorites. So sing along as best you can and just encourage me in my endeavor to glorify Radha Kalachandji here. Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shri Mate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Everybody Namo Vishnu Padaya Shri Mate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nivasesha Sunyavari Bhaskatya Deshatarine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda. Jai Shri Krishna. Thank you. Beautiful. Prabhu Nityananda. This mantra is over there on top. Dagadadha Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda. Krishna Haribo Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi. One more time. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Gaura Premanandi Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody, Hare Krishna. Gaura Premanandi, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I'm not playing anything. Yasomati Nandana Braja Boro Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Yasomati Hey Braja Boro Nagara Yasomati Nandana Braja Boro Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Yasomati Nandana Braja Boro Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Gopi Parana Dana Madhana Manohara Gopi Parana Dana Madana Manohara Gopi Parana Dana Madana Manohara. Somebody knows this song there, don't they? I'm a white guy from Milwaukee. Gopi Parana Dana Madhana Manohara. Gopi Parana Dana Madhana Manohara. Kaliya Damana Vidhana. Your turn. Avoid. Hey, Kaliya Damana Vidhana. Kaliya Damana Vidhana. Amala Harinama Miya Vilasa. Amala Harinama Miya Vilasa. Vipina Purandara Navina Nagara Bara Bamshi Badana Suvasa Vipina Purandara Breja Janapalana Surakula Shana Breja Janapalana. Hey, Breja Janapalana Surakula Sana Breja Janapalana. Breja Janapalana Surakula Sana Breja Janapalana Surakula Nash Nanda Godhana Rakawala. Nanda Haribo Nanda Rakawala. Hare Krishna. Go people. Give me a second. Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara. Hey, signs of life. Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara. Gora Haribo. Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara. I can hear you. Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara. Sundara Nanda Gopala. Everybody. Haribo. Glorify Krishna with me. Sundara Nanda Gopala. One more time. Sundara Nanda Gopala. Hey, Haribo. Jamuna Tata Chara Gopi. Sorry. Jamuna Tata Chara Gopi Basanahara Rasara Sika Kripa Moya. Jamuna Tata Chara Gopi Basanahara. Jamuna Tata Chara Gopi Basanahara Rasara Sika Kripa Moya. Jamuna Tata Chara Gopi Basanahara. Jamuna Tata Chara Gopi Basanahara Rasara Sika Kripa Moya. Rasarasika. Shri Radha Valhava Brinda Bananata Bara. Shri Radha Valhava Brinda. Shri Radha Valhava Brinda Bananata Bara. Shri Radha Valhava. Shri Radha Valhava Vrindavana Nata Bara. Shri Radha Valhava Vrindavana Nata Bara. Bhakti Vinoda Shraya. Bhakti Vinoda Shraya. Yasomati Nandana Braja Boronagara Gokula Ranjana Kana. Jasomati Nandana Braja Boronagara Gokula Ranjana Kana. Nanda good. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I know you know the words for this one. They're right there. Haribo! Haribo! Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. The great mantra for deliverance. Sing it. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. No, I'm singing Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. I'm still singing Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Now I'll sing Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Just do what I do. Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama. One more time. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. The bottom half of the mantra. There you go. One more time. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, we're getting it. Louder. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey. Now I'm going to do the whole thing. I'm going to do the whole mantra, and then you repeat after me. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Now. Hey, Kirtan for the modern age. That's it. Now I sing. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. For Krishna. That's better. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Come on, put some heart in it. This is Krishna. Haribo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I'm trying. I'm really trying, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. That's nice. Gora Haribo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Hare, everybody, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Gora Premanandi, Haribo. Beautiful. Yeah, you too. We're supposed to be singing. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Pick it up a little. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Jai Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Pariva Jakacharya Asta Tarashata Shri Shrimad Divine Grace Shila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Shila Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananda Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai Namacharya Shila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Sekahoshi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai Jai Shishi Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakunda Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Ganga Devi Jamuna Devi Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Tulsi Maharani Ki Jai Shamaveda Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Shri Mayapur Navadvip Dham Ki Jai Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji Dham Ki Jai Gaura Premanandi Hari Hari Bol Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai Gaura Premanandi Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Hari Hari Bol. Namaste Narasringaya. Namaste Narasringaya. Pralada Lada Dayane. 2, 3. Pralada Lada Dayane. I don't know. Mine disappeared. Pralada Lada Dayane. Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha. Nice. Hiranyakasi Purvakshaha. Shilatan Kanakalaye. Shilatan Kanakalaye. Ito Nisingha Parato Nisingho. Ito Nisingha Parato Nisingha. Yato Yato Yamintato Nisingha. Jato Yato Yamintato Nisingha. Bahe Nisingho, Hiraye Nisingho, Bahe Nisingho. Bahe Nisingho, Hiraye Nisingho, Bahe Nisingho. Nisinghamaddim Sharanam Prapadye. Narasinghamaddim Sharanam Prapadye. Tavakara Kamalavare Nakam Adbhuta Singha. Dalita Hiranyakasipu Tanubringa. Keshavadrita Nara Hari Rupa. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jaya Jagadish Hare. Tavakara Kamalavare Nakam Adbhuta Singam. Dalita Hiranyakasipu Tanubringam. Keshavadrita Nara Hari Rupa. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jaya Jagadish Hare. Jaya Jagadish Hare. Everybody. Ha. Jaya Jagadish Hare. Jaya Nishingadev. Jaya Nishingadev. Nishingadev Jaya. Nishingadev Jaya. Nrsingadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj. Oh, that's your voice. Interesting. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya. Nasringha Bhagavan ki jai, Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Gaura Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol. What's that real nice raga? Hare Krishna. What? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Tulsi Maharani. Krishna, why can't a raga come to me? Krishna, please give me a raga. Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan, Radhe, Jaya Krishna. Shri Govinda Gopinata Madana Mohan, Gopinata Madana. Shri Govinda Gopinata Madana Mohan, Shri Govinda Gopinata Madana Mohan. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan. Jaya Vrindavan. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari, Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari, Yasodanandana Breja Jana Ranjana, Yasodanandana Breja Jana Ranjana, Yasodanandana Breja Jana Ranjana, Sodanandana Yamuna Tira Vanachari, Yamuna Tira Vanachari, Yamuna Tira Vanachari, Yamuna Tira Chahari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nrsimha Bhagavan ki jai, Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Gurudev ki jai, Gaura Premanandi Haribo. Thank you, everyone, for coming today. See Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji. May the rest of your day and life be blessed with all auspiciousness. Hare Krishna.